Hello, everyone. Although it's just Billy Ray and myself here now. Well, actually, just myself. Billy had to step away for a minute. So, I just wanted to say hello, everybody here. So, I'll wait till a few people show up. And I hope it's pretty soon. Right now, it's telling me there's one person. So that would be Billy, even though he's not here right now. So, oh well. I am not near as popular as Philip McKnight or Dane from Zim's Guitars or Johnny. I'm lucky if I have 6 people watching. Hopefully that changes eventually. MPN, there's one. What's happening, brother? Now it says 2 people, so I hope. Can you hear me okay? Mr. Mick. Hey, I got, wait, I got to show you this. I got 3 packages here that I have to mail tomorrow. Mr. Mick. Roy L., right? I just want to make sure. I'm waiting for you. I forget how. I keep forgetting there's a delay here. But you guys can hear me okay? I hope. Okay. That's yours, Mr. Mick. And Mad Hatter is not here. So I got his. And I got one for Dane. So yeah. I just wanted to make sure before I send it. It's all going tomorrow. Can hear me just fine. Thank you, Peggy. I have I'm thinking some of the issues with this are all this time I've been on Johnny's show and doing my thing here has been on a laptop I had that is now probably 8 years old, or maybe possibly 10. And the screen broke. That's how I ended up getting the monitors. But I've been using this laptop all this time. I ended up getting you can't see it. A newer laptop that's actually built for gaming. So it's more performance oriented. But what I'm going to do is just I'm not doing it right now. I'll do it tomorrow during the day in case something happens and I can move it back. I just got to unplug from the other laptop, plug it into here, and everything should work. So I'm hoping that's what's going down. And then hopefully there won't be any of the lagging issues or anything like that. And Mr. Mick, since you're here, this is what is happening other than where you can see the outline here. See the center? I can't see how that's like off center a little bit. Come on, focus. Yeah, right there. See how it's not doing it right? So it's getting like that. Then here's what it's doing on the center post. It does it all the way perfect until it gets to the end. Come on, focus. Almost. See how it's offset? That last eighth of an inch. It's what it's doing. And I can't figure out why. Yeah. Come on, focus, will you? On the program, it's fine. Hold on, let me try this. See if I can do it from this side. Almost. You can see the overhang right there. Why will this not focus? So, I mean, I can still separate it, but yeah, that's what it's doing. That last eighth of an inch on everything. That last eighth of an inch, it goes up fine, gets to that point, then goes off. I haven't heard anything yet. I sent another email today. I sent them photos of this. I sent them photos of, and it's weird because it's doing it randomly. Well, I take that back. It's doing every one of these like this, screwing every one of these up. But I did print some more of the bench rest things, and they're turning out fine. Then I went to print out something else, which is pretty much the same as the bench rest, and what it did, it sounded like it just sounded like it was falling apart, and that's what it started printing like. That shouldn't be there. It should all be all nice like the outside edge. So I don't know. It decides to randomly do it on everything except these. It does it on every one, and I cannot. The program is straight. I eliminated all the cache memory out of the machine. I sent it to factory specs, reset it to factory, everything, and downloaded or deleted the old files of this, downloaded brand new ones, put it in there. Thought, yeah, that's it. And got to that end and did it again. I was like, are you kidding me? So I sent them an email today asking them if there's any update on it. So with that, let's go to the bench, and we will chat over there. And I got a couple of things I got to do. So I don't need the headphones on over there. So let me open this up on here so I can see what you guys are saying. RJ's going live in a half hour. Well, hold on. Why am I not seeing? There we go. Why am I not seeing? Okay. All right, let me switch the camera over, and I'll turn that mic up even more this time, and hopefully that fixes everything. Well, at least makes it a little bit easier for you guys to hear me, because I watched part of last week, or the last one I did, and it's like I could hardly hear myself. So hold on. There we go. Okay, in the chat. Oh, hold on. I got to fix that. Okay, can you hear me now? I need to get a new mic for here, obviously. Yeah, that I'm trying to see if I can get I just got to get another mic. Now, I'm missing my all right, I'll just lean this up against one of these. All right, can you guys hear me okay now, though? I mean, is this good? Or do I need to turn it up some? Okay. Sorry about the noise gate. I said it's the other mic I was using at the desk, and it's got that there's a ground in it somewhere that's bad. I don't know anything about mics, but I did take it apart and look, and everything looked to be good. So we're going to I'm going to make one more of these for now. Then I'm going to bring that Beretta special over here and do a little bit more to it. Sorry about the stool. Mad. I just showed that. Well, I didn't show your address, but I just showed the package. I got everything all packaged up, ready to go. Address is on, so everything will be shipped tomorrow. And I will give you guys, I'll email you guys the tracking numbers. We don't need these. I had a whole container of these things. I ended up throwing them away. Like that. Well, I try to be, Peggy. And I will say this, I did watch about half of Johnny's bench show last night. And within the first 5 minutes, he was talking about looking for that for 5 hours, which, you know, that was kind of funny. 5 hours worth of looking for it, which he didn't find it. So he made the comment that I must not have sent it to him, which is wrong. I did send it to him. It's just when I did send him stuff, he kind of like, oh, that's cool, and that's it. And he said if I would have actually sent him the camera, he would have used it. I did send him the camera. A matter of fact, just to double check, I have a specific shelf back there and under here, stuff that I've done on his show or this show that I don't use anymore, or going to get rid of it. And that camera's not here anywhere. So I know it went to him. He'll find it one day. I mean, my God, he's had the clock, the LED clock for over a year now. He never even hooked that up. So I know I slammed the camera because it didn't do me any good over here, and he was talking about getting more cameras. So I thought, well, I'll just send it to you. And I did. Now what he did with it, I don't know. But it's there. Greasy, what's happening? But he does have it somewhere. Where, I don't know. But it's there. Because it is not here. And like I said, I double checked. Just to be sure. So he's got it. He's got it somewhere in that. I don't know where. I don't know. I remember him looking at it and just going, oh, that's cool. And I swore he put it on top of the toolbox, or the tool bench. But either that, or it fell behind it, or next to it, or he picked it up and moved it somewhere else. But I know, I swear I sent that to him. Or he gave it away as a prize, who knows. But there's only two places that I had stuff here that I either didn't use anymore or didn't need. And it's not in either place. I looked everywhere where my camera came, everything, and it's not here. So he's got to have it. I just don't know where, but he's got it. Steve, what's up? Hold on. I'll catch up with the chat here in a second. I'm just trying to get this. I thought I saw where it said RJ's Cave was going to go live. Oh, you know what I did? Wait a minute. I got to take this back apart. Sitting here talking to you guys. I forgot to put all this stuff on. Oh well. So I made 2 more of these. I'm going to sell them. The only thing I don't have is the legs like I put on these. So I got to go get some more because this keeps it from moving, where this will just slide. So you got Yep, I forgot all about that. I gotta take these back apart. Yeah, these are neck rest I made on my 3D printer. You can tighten them up. They're so I got two. I'm going to end up making more and selling them, but yeah, they take. I think it's right around 3 hours and 10 minutes to make just one of them. Oh, it's, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. I was in there when it crashed on him the other day. That does suck. I hate to hear that. Oh, let's see. Let's got to put this on first. You got to put this stuff in order, or it's not going to work. Okay, that goes on first because that actually goes on last. Got to fight your way through this. Of course, this one's working a lot easier. All right. Then I could, or can I? Will that fit on there? Yes. Okay. So let me cut this. So yeah, it stuff does go wrong. Well, you guys have witnessed that with me on Johnny's show. No matter how good you get it and you think you're ready to go, something will screw up along the way. I'm going to insulate that one, so get in there. Yeah, something screws up that you're not planning for, and then everything goes haywire. So I'm hoping that the new laptop after tonight, because I'm not using it tonight, but I'm hoping that that corrects any future issues. Well, I understand that, Steve. That not be big enough to go over that, but I'm going to hope it does. Yeah. There you go. Way to go, man. I've had a see, I have 3 Dremel. Well, I had 4. One blew up, and I got 2 electric ones, and I have this cordless one, and I've had this now for I don't know how many years, but for the last year and a half, I haven't been able to charge it. And today, I found the charger cord for it, the right one. So I was able to recharge it finally. That one comes in handy for light work stuff. Anything big, you have to have the electric one. All right, we're good there. Well, so for those of you who don't know, uh, as far as the bench uh, repair shows go on Johnny, he is more or less doing them late night by himself now. So I'm guessing that I won't be on very many of them. Occasionally a Saturday. And I know why he's doing it. That's his job. And he's finding out that doing them late like he is at night, he's getting new people because different time and new subscribers. So he's doing that for himself because he told me he didn't want to do any more during the week, like on our show, or well, the show I'm on with him on his show. So I guess it's just going to be more of like a music news stuff thing I'll be on with him. And then Saturdays, maybe an occasional bench show with both of us. And it again, that's his livelihood, so I understand why he's doing what he's doing. And when the screen is not split between the two of us, you can see, whichever. Well, in his case, you can see what he's doing better now, with me not sharing the screen with him. So he's informed me that we're not going to do those anymore during the week. And then I said, well, what about Saturdays? And he's like, well, every now and then. I don't think it was every week. So I got to thinking, the thing I love is the bench rest, or the bench rest. I'm going back to my shooting days. The bench shows. So I'll just end up doing some more here on this channel. But I want to invite some other people on here. Other guys working on guitars. And go from there. Johnny's more than welcome to come over here if he wants to. Laz, Mad, RJ, doesn't matter. Even get Phil McKnight over here sometime. I got nothing but respect for those guys. Even what is it, Dave's World of Fun Stuff, the guy up in Canada. Like to get him on here some night or someday. Just kind of expand the community some, I guess, is what I'm looking for. The word I'm trying to say. Steve, To answer your question, I have no idea. I told him before. I mean, he's always, well, I thought he was joking. With well, you'll end up leaving and stab me in the back like my other co-host or whatever that was all about. And I kept telling him, no, I'm not. I don't do that way. I was raised by old school Italians. You don't do that stuff to people. So I kept telling him that, and then I don't know if he believes me or not, but I'm not leaving. And if he doesn't want me on the show, that's fine. I'm not mad. Tell me. But has he actually said, "Oh, I want you off the show"? Yeah, blah blah. No, he's never said that. But and again, I'm not complaining because I know it's his livelihood. So this streaming and stuff like this is his job. He doesn't work a regular 9 to 5 job or whatever, 10 to 12 or 2 to 12 or whatever the shifts it would be. So, and if it's your own channel and it's your own job, then I could see where, me being on like the bench thing, taking up half the screen, and I understand that. I'm not complaining. I'm not, I've loved my time over on Johnny's show. Well, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met any of you guys. And I've become pretty good friends with quite a few of you. So I don't know. I just know he's been telling me since probably October of 2025 that 2026 was going to bring changes. And it looks like it has. Now he hasn't said that I'm not on the show. He's just not doing. We're not. I enjoy the bench rest shows more than anything. But if he wants to, like I said, it's his show and it's his livelihood. I don't want to interfere with his livelihood. That's for sure. I wouldn't want anybody interfering with mine. I like to think that I wasn't actually interfering, but I have no ill will or whatever. It is what it is, and I hope he continues to let me on the show. I really do. I like Johnny. I don't always understand him, like the dirty bench thing, but I like him. I got no reason to hate the guy or badmouth him or whatever. Let me shut this off. Let me grab the Beretta Special that I got for payment for working on that acoustic, and we'll I don't need the headphones. Hold on. We'll test the pickup on this, make sure this works, and I'll show you how well the neck rests work. You want to put the guitar up, or no matter how many, whatever your height is, the neck is adjustable, or the cradle is adjustable. I put a foam backing on them. You can put it wherever you want it. I still have to do some work to this. I did the frets themselves, but the edges are still really bad. This has a lot of fret sprout. He didn't have a dehumidifier or humidifier control in his house. Excuse me. And it shows. So I'm going to go dress the edges down. Actually, since it's been here now since Friday, it's actually shrunk some, went back down. It was bad when he dropped it off. He's like, "Oh, you might want to do that," because it was bad. They'd slice your fingers. Okay, so here's something. When I started doing these originally, I would get the full length, 2 of them, and run it clear up to here. Well, where that's actually stiffer, the main thing is so it doesn't break inside here. So as you saw, I soldered both pieces firmly and attached a separate one over the hot, so they won't touch each other in any way. Plus, it also stiffens it up. Then I run this one over it, heat, you can see, and then I put this one over this, which helps hold that in place and keep that also. So this is the main. But when I ran them clear up to here, and I took them clear up to the edge, what happened is the wires would break out of here because it was just flexing just on that very tip. So I decided to start cutting them down where it doesn't matter. It won't affect anything, so it's working better that way. So let me plug this in, and we'll see just exactly what this 4 puts out. All right, so we're set. Most 95% of the time, you're going to set that on 20K. If you're using something that's going to be hotter than that, then you go up to the 200K. But you can still, or you can just leave it on 200K, and what happens is the decimal point moves down 1. So let's see what this registers. $16.6. You just leave it on the 200 if you wanted to. If you put it on the 20, you'll see what the fourth number would be. 1660. Oh, well. So there you go. Well, I do too, Mad, but when I put it in with the slug is 44.3 or something like that, 44.3, and it won't read it. I have to go up to the 200 because it's over the 20. So I just usually leave them on the 200. So 16.6, this JB4 is putting out. So anyhow, you see how, well, there's no switch, but you can flip between the switches, and if you have a break in the connection, that obviously you're getting your reading up. When you don't have it, that's the actual one that's broke. So it's kind of a diagnostic tool that way, plus lets you know what you want. So there you go. So I sell these and these. And it's brand new. You just saw me make it. Let me put this stuff back in here. When I ship these out, I usually leave those plugged in and just fold these over again. Kind of like that. And then what did I do with the, here it is. I don't know if anybody does this or not with the jack like this. I was just sitting here one day, you want to flip the guitar over, take the back cover plate off, and start testing. I thought, there's got to be, why can't I just put a jack on there and plug it in? And it tells me what I need to know. And I did it, and it works, so I've been doing it ever since. And you don't need some gigantic, expensive multimeter to do this. These are like $8 at Harbor Freight. Then I have to buy the plug. bit more. Or move it over. Yeah, I'd never seen anybody do it. It was just, maybe I'm behind the times. But it works wonders. And it's great. For someone like Dane, it would be great because, so there you go. That's what you get. For someone like Dane, that'd be great for the used guitar business because you could say, oh, I know this hot pickup, it's putting out 18 or 16 or that's the neck one's giving you 6 or 7. You can actually have that and figure it out some. Just a little bit more advice to help maybe the buyer. So these are for sale and these are for sale. Let me get my file out of here. I found these the other day. I usually use the Bondus for working on the Floyds and stuff like that. Because I had the best luck with these. But the other day, I found these ones. Eklund, USA. They were at a store around here on clearance for $1.50 each. And they only had 2 left, so I bought 2 of them. I don't know how long they'll last. They got the bald end, but the good part is, usually that wears out quicker, just grind it down flush. So, see how that goes. Move this over here. So not only do these work as neck stands, they also work as cell phone holder. Wow, that's a lot better than what it was. So what I did, let me go on here. What I did on here is I took the original Kramer, whatever the pickup. It's not a Kramer pickup. It's let's see what it says. Where'd it go? It's right here. Sorry, the chair is real squeaky, but the other stool I had doesn't rotate. A ROHS company. This is what was in it. And it really doesn't sound bad. It does not sound bad at all. I don't know how well you can see. Can you see that now? It doesn't sound bad at all. I know that light right above it kind of gets there. How's that? So yeah, it doesn't sound bad. I just don't like the zebra pattern. I don't care if it's, all cream, all black, red, yellow, green. I don't care. Just one solid color. I just don't like this 2 separate colors. And I had this SH4 sitting there. I was like, well, let's put it in. So I did that. And then I got to looking and I had this Fender bridge system. So I put this in with a much bigger block than what was on the Beretta one. This has a 53 millimeter or 53. I don't know, the weight. It's 3 times as heavy as the one that was in it. And then the pot was fine. I just switched the knob. And for some reason, I'm really into the flat knobs now. I don't like the domed ones. So when I can order new ones every now and then, I get them and put them on and swap them all out. So that's all I've done to this. And it's got a Fender trim on it now, the Seymour Duncan 4. Actually a telly style volume pot. I got to do the outside of the frets, although not as much as I thought I did, because they are a lot more tame than they were. My God, it was like razor blade. Well, I can do this. No cut. When I did it Friday, it sliced the whole fingers. So the humidity, because I keep the humidity here in the house at 43%. So it's starting to correct. That's a lot better, actually. It still has the original tuners that came with it. If I route it for a Floyd, then obviously this will be changed. And someone asked the other day, I don't know, can you see the nut up here yet? Well, before I say anything, let me find it first. Or I'll have to get out another one. Oh, here it is. Okay. Some guitars, now you can route this out flat. There's enough there to route it out flat to mount the nut. You can do it that way. But if you don't have a router or don't want to, I made these. It's an angled shim that will sit this way, right up to, you take the black nut off, it'll sit right there, and it lays completely flat on there, and then you just glue it, put one drop of glue on there, or well, one on each end, glue it down to the headstock, and then you could mount your Floyd nut and screw right through it into the wood. And you don't have to route anything if you don't have a router or if you're afraid to route it. So I made that on the printer too. And it works fine. Matter of fact, I used one of these. I had to make a special one for Laz's brother's BC Rich, because the screw for the truss rod, say this is the truss rod, the screw for it, the fretboard was like right there. There was no room, hardly at all, to route, and what little bit wasn't enough. So I was like, well, I'm going to have to make it, because it didn't have the same angle as this. So I made another one for that and did that, glued it to the headstock, then drilled through it with the nut and bolted the nut in that way, and it works fine. Plus, that's hard plastic; it's not going to crush and give away like credit cards will, or business cards people use for shims. And speaking of shims, what I did the other day, I started to print something and it was messing up, so I stopped and I peeled the piece off of it, which was this all. And I thought, you know what? Everybody's saying that the cardboard, eventually ends up crushing. I thought, well, heck, here we go. So now I got shims for under the neck if I need them. Plus, I've actually printed out actual shims that fit the whole pocket. But yeah, there's these. They're not going to crush any because they're plastic. So said, that printer has made a big difference on a lot of stuff. Do I sell these? I can. That ain't no problem. Yeah, I make, let's see if I got one in here. That's how I found this. That's how I'm starting to cut the foam for those things. I don't know if I got any shims in here right now. Hi, Ava. Yeah, I got. And this is the best part, man. I can make them as thick or thin as needed. Hi, baby Ava. Hi. I know why you're here, because Mommy just went to bed, huh? Mommy just went to bed, didn't she? I heard her. So then I make these. And it covers the whole area. Got them for strat. I can make it pretty much anything. So I said, and the 3D printers don't cost that much. And if you're going to do this a lot, then it's kind of worth the investment. I made let's see. Again, 9-volt battery holders in case you got to add a Tessie switch with the LED, or you add active pickup set. There's more shims, even the Floyd nut shims there I made. Here's string trees, Allen wrench holders. Then the shims, and yeah, not to mention the tools. I want that shut. There we go. So let me get this back in here. What Ava does here, yeah, I said your name just now. Huh. Hi. This is the only drawer I have. It's a junk drawer. And, well, it's not a junk drawer. It's just got a bunch of the big stuff in it. And I'm running out of room in this drawer. What she does daily. Huh, baby? Huh, pup? Wait. I don't know if they can see you. Come here. Here. Over here. Over here. Hi. They can't see you. Okay. So she's with my wife from the time she wakes up in the morning till she goes to bed. Once she goes to bed, she won't go to bed with just her. She comes down and hangs out with me until I get into bed, and then she wants to be in with both of us. So it's weird. It's like she protects Mommy during the day. Then when she goes to bed, she comes down and spends the rest of the night with Daddy. So yeah, Syar, is that how you say your name? I'm new to 3D printing, actually. I just started in October of last year. And I did use the Flash Forge one that was like $239, but it was just a single filament. So if you wanted to change color, you had to stop in the middle and then change the color. I quickly outgrew that one and went to the excuse me. It's a Flash Forge again, but it's the A5 or something like that, and it actually holds 4 colors at one time, and then you can do it that way. But it was like I got it on sale. I want to say $299. It was like regular $270 or $370, and I got it for $299. But I mean, I guess I just bought it because I bought that one because they had good reviews, and I was absolutely new to it. So I'm like, well, I don't know nothing about it, so I didn't want to spend $700 on one and find out I either couldn't do it or don't like it. So I got that one, and other than this last, and I don't know if it's something I did, I'm not sure, but their warranty's really good. So, but yeah, I and for that price, for let's just say even if you paid full price, you're still under $400, and if you do this stuff full time, I mean, I've made, like right here, string height gauge. I've made that. I've made pullers. I've made string stretchers. I've made pickup covers, all kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I've given most of it away for now, so I got to make some more. But yeah, but if this is something you do all the time, then it's worth it, because you get to make stuff like this that you can't buy that will work and solve a problem. So that will go on reversed with the wide part down. And then when it lays right there, it's perfectly level to mount I put a dab of glue on each end, then stuck it down there and let it sit. Actually, I put a little clamp on it for about 10 minutes. And then after that, took the clamp off, put the nut on. The nut was the right height because I made that thin enough what it needed to be. And then, actually it sits right here. And then put the nut on, marked the holes, drilled through it, and bolted it on. That video, I don't know if I did that on camera or not, but it's, if you go to Laz's channel, which is Music Therapy Laz, there's a video, I think, where he unboxed the guitar. It was a guitar I did for his brother. It was his brother's guitar from the 80s. It's been a wall hanger because it was unplayable. And it was unplayable because the scale length was off. The bridge was actually on an angle, and it came that way from the factory. Wouldn't stay in tune. So I had it for a week or two. I'm here in Ohio, and it came from California. Yeah, getting there. But yeah, I love working on this stuff. Been doing it for 40 plus years. The other day I did an acoustic, and he played cowboy chords almost exclusively for years, to where there were big divots in the fretboard, and the second fret, I did a level and everything, and I was worried about it, and when I put strings on it, it didn't work. So I had to take the fret out. I didn't have one that matched the exact size, so I had to shape it to fit and work. Did that on one of these, the last string, matter of fact. And then there's a video of him getting it back, and he oh wow, oh good, They say it played better than it did when it was new, which that's what you shoot for. A little bit right here. And the guy, I know him. He didn't have any money, and I was like, well, whatever. He's like, well, dude, I'll give you my Beretta special for doing that. And I'm like, yeah. But he insisted, so that's why this is here. Which will work, because when I get this completely done and you know, play it for a little while and have some fun with it, it'll end up going to somebody who wants to learn guitar and can't afford one. Just I'll give it to some kid or some guitars for veterans, or even at home. I've given them to homeless people before too. So this is a guitar that really didn't cost me anything except one fret and about 5 hours time total. So this will go to, it'll be used for that. Thank you, man. Well, I mean, if you're a kid and you want to learn and you get a guitar and it slices your fingers when you're trying to play, are you going to play it anymore? No. Are you going to get mad and discouraged? Yes. So why not just? So what I do, Greasy's donated guitars and a bunch of parts. Rich has donated guitar. Bay Area Rich has donated a few guitars. I think 3 to give away, 4 to give away. And I do that to all of them. I go through all of them and make them so they're playable and they're actually a good guitar, so they don't go to take their first lesson and they're like, oh, that guitar is not going to work. You need to, and they already don't have money to buy a guitar. It's usually they're single parents, and as much as I hate to say it, 9 times out of 10 it's a single mother, and the child wants to learn to play. She might be able to scrape together money for the lessons. Of course, a couple of the teachers I know will, in that case, give the lessons for free. They just don't advertise that, but that's only if you really can't afford it. But the child doesn't have a guitar, so I make sure the guitar is right and better than stock, and then they get the guitar for free and they can get lessons for free, until something changes and they can start paying for them. Then they'll do that, because music is for everybody, man. So I don't want some kid to give up a dream of not being able to play a guitar because he didn't have a chance to have one. Yeah, there's a perfect example. You just said you try to forget about that first guitar. I'll have to polish these frets again. But yeah, why are you trying to forget about it? Because it was bad, right? I just don't want to. I just put these strings on. I don't want to. But imagine if your first guitar was set up right, the action was right, it stayed in tune, it didn't hurt your hand to play, the frets didn't cut you, sounded killer, and your teacher's like, wow, I like that guitar. It'd been a different story, right? So this way, and usually it's a kid. Most of them go to kids, but I have done it to other guys, other people. Give them, veteran that just wants to play and relax. doesn't want to, whatever. Plus, I always say, because it's wishful thinking, but it would be nice, 20 years from now, some kid's in a popular rock band and says, "Hey, this guy had this channel with donated parts, man, and he got me my first guitar, and that's why I'm here." But literally, when you see the smile on the person's face, it makes it worth all the sanding, the strings, the setting up, whatever. It makes it worth it. There you go. So yeah, it just makes it so much nicer when you're able to play it and not have to worry about stuff, the guitar not working or not, I was going to put a pure tone in this, but it's got one of those barrel jacks. So I know Pure Tone makes those, but I don't know what the difference is between those. And I am not affiliated with Pure Tone. I wish to God I was. But I put Pure Tones, other than in this case where it won't take it, but I put a Pure Tone in every guitar that comes across this bench. Even customers' guitars. I do have some customers that bring their stuff in, and I tell them, "Hey, I'm putting this Pure Tone in," and then I hand them one of my guitars with one in it, and they're like, "Oh, okay." I wish I could get it. There's a place on Reverb that's selling 20 of them, a package of 20 for like $80. It's like $4 a piece, or a little over $4 a piece. Wish I could do that. I always have to buy them 4 or 5 at a time. It would be nice if Pure Tone would ever see one of these and say, "Hey, you know what? We'll supply your jacks for you." Right there. But Pure Tone's got so much better content or contact. Well, and it's weird when I do a guitar for an actual customer. I need to know what they play, how they play it. Do they hit the strings hard, or do they squeeze the neck hard? You got to know all that so when you set it up. I'm a very light-handed player, so I can go with a really low action, and you may hear, when you're playing a chord, you may hear this is low, but it's not doing it. Wait a minute, I can't do it backwards this way anymore. Used to be able to play backwards or upside down. So, but some people hit really hard. They're going to do that, and they're going to hear a buzz on the frets. It won't come through the amp, but they'll hear it and they're like, "Oh wait, that thing's buzzing." And I'll say, "Well, let's play it here on one of my amps, and if we don't hear it, then we'll talk about it. If we hear it, then we'll raise it up till we don't hear it no more." But I like to see how they play. Ideally, it's when they come here. Because I've had some that, like, "Hey, can you do this real quick?" And it's like, "Yeah, give me an hour or whatever." And they'll sit here. That's actually ideal because I can set it, adjust it. I shouldn't have done that. Towel come all over it. Set it and adjust it and hand it to them. Say, "How's this? Can you take it lower or maybe a little higher?" And it's right here with them. That's the best way, but you don't always have that. So you get to learn how people play, especially when they're, because I got a lot of repeat customers. So it's like now I know how they're set up, I know what they like, and that's how they get them. The the guy with the acoustic. Well, it was a mutual friend of ours who brought it here and actually gave me this for doing it for his other friend. And the other guy, he sent me a video of him giving it back to him, and the guy couldn't believe it. And then he ended up sending me a friend request on Facebook and told me, as he can afford it, he wants me to work on all his guitars. So, and I don't mind doing it. Like I said, I'm retired. I'm down here most of the day anyhow. I'm either working on a guitar, making a tool or a part for a guitar that I need and you can't buy, or it's very expensive. Or I'm writing, I got 70 some songs that I'm working on, which most of you heard a few of them now. Top's a lot sharper. So, yeah, I have to take the strings off and polish these again. But, man, I'm sorry about this stool. It's bugging me. I imagine what you guys are hearing. See, that up here, they're not sprouting through the neck. Well, a couple more. Down here on this side, they are. But they're not as bad, so that tells me that, this thing was very, very, very dry. Lewis. Hey, thanks everybody. Honestly, thank you all for coming here. It just amazes me that you guys do have the whatever it is you click on the page to let you know when I go live. It's a lot there. Because I'm just as far as I'm concerned, I'm just a guy that likes to work on guitars. And I'm looking forward to being part of the Guitar Mafia. That sounds that's right up my alley. Plus the fact being Italian, so is the mafia. So, like I said, I can say it now. My uncle was in it, but he's long gone. Okay, so we got that side. Now let me get down here. Yeah, these are sand this. So yeah, it's great just to see the face when they say, when you hand it to them, they're like, well, how much? And nothing, man. Enjoy, learn. Then I always tell them, when I give them, well, the kids don't understand, but when I give it to the adults, or I'll tell the parent or parents, I'll say, all I ask is just pay it forward when you can. Doesn't matter what it is, at some point in time, help somebody with music, some way with music. Whatever. Much better. So other than taking the strings back off and polishing the frets again. Oh, there's one. Um, maybe I'll send everybody some gabagool. Or homemade cannolis. My Nona made the best cannolis, man. Yeah, if the guitar is easier to play and you can play it without hurting your fingers or slicing your finger, obviously just learning your fingers hurt. But if it's not slicing your hand, and it stays in tune, that's nothing. Because I'm sorry, there is no close enough in tuning. It's either in tune or it's not in tune. There's no, that's close enough, that'll work. No, it won't. It's either in tune or it's not. So if you have one that stays in tune while you're learning and playing, you're already ahead you're already more ahead than a lot of other people. Okay, so this is pretty much, I was thinking, but I don't know for sure. I don't know how much I have left, if any. Because Billy had me put it on a Strat that it wouldn't stick to. A lot of gold. Gold. But I don't want to do the whole guitar. Yeah, this is all the silver I got left. The rest of that's gold. And if I don't like it, I can sand it off. Repaint the guitar. Yeah, Lewis, I agree with you on that one. See, we were a two guitar band, and we took turns solos. That was when I was able to play like that again, or then. And we had one guy who was in the band for, I don't know, year and a half. And the way he played, man, it was like this. Yeah, he went in circular motion, and his hands was always rubbing the fine tuners on his Floyd. And he was always going out of tune, so he would tune it in between a song. Then by the next song, it was out of tune again. Then he'd get to the point he's like, "Screw it, that's close enough." And I got to the point. I hate to admit this, we were doing one show, and it was a pretty big show, and that happened to him. I wanted to take my guitar and just crack him across the head on stage in front of everybody. That was the beginning of the downfall right there with him. So I cannot stand. I mean, I literally cannot stand someone playing an out of tune guitar. That bothers me. You might as well walk up and hit me, because that bothers me more than you would ever imagine. Now, where'd that silver go? Oh, so you got to put. Man, I wish I had at least another silver. That's all gold. Got a lot of gold. Gold in them there hills. Actually, I'm not too far away. If you guys look up the Hare Krishna Palace of Gold, that's only about 15 minutes from me. Yeah, I can't hack. I'm sorry, I cannot hack out of tune guitars. That irks me to no end. But see, I kind of like what Billy did. Didn't do the whole guitar. Uh, 5 spring. The paper. This is actual Kramer Holo-flash, however you say it, and I get it from a guy in Washington State. And let me think. What you do? Well, I get it in. You get 2 or 3 of these. I think 2. You get two of these this size. Then you get one like this that's a sample, or for touch-ups. So you get 2 of these and 1 of these, and let me see if I have his. I don't know if I still have. No, I don't. I'll have to find it and send it to you. Man, it's he's on Reverb. He's based out of Washington State. I thought I still had the receipts, but I guess I don't. And I looked, and I don't have that dang camera either. I know I sent that to Johnny. Yeah, no, I don't have the receipt anymore. Hold on, let me look over here. I'll be right back. Hi, baby. No, I can't find it. Man, I had a bunch of them. They were all together. Then I threw some away. Oh wait, is that silver? Please tell me that's silver. Oh yeah, a little bit more silver. I'm going to say I don't have it no more. I don't have any of them, which is I usually keep one. Wait. There it is. Shipping and everything, $39.01. Kramer gold holo flash film, 2 square feet, and then you get the one little block. So you get 2 of these and 1 of these. So $39. It's Aaron's world famous guitar lounge, Auburn, Washington. He's on Reverb. So there you go. I did have one still. This is my name. No. Yeah. Aaron's world famous guitar lounge. He's on Reverb. Just look it up. Or just go to Reverb and type in Kramer Holo-flash. It should pop up. So, I got just that much. That's all I got in silver. If I could. Here. Little here. Some here, and maybe just a little tad bit right there. Let me think about this for a minute. All right, man. Be good, man. I will send you and Mr. Mick and Dane the tracking numbers tomorrow after I send that, so you know when the stuff's getting there. So thank you guys, seriously. You know what? Why not? Let's go for it. And again, if I don't like it, I was probably going to repaint the thing anyhow. I can just sand it all off. But I don't want to do a full coating of it. So let's just see what we can do here. Laz, I'm not going to say what guitar it is. Oh, hope I turned it on. Laz did buy the guitar that he's giving away for the 1,000th subscriber. He bought it, and it's being shipped directly here. And I'm going to do upgrade on the pickups, the bridge, possibly route it out for recessed Floyd. I'll do the frets. I'm going to do all that stuff. Maybe put a Tessie kill switch in it. All kind of hardware upgrades to it. And then when I'm done with it, I'm going to send it back to Laz, or send it to Laz. He's never having it. He'll never have it before then. I say it's coming from the store to here. And then he's going to do something with the looks of it. I don't know what. That's up to him. But it'll be all set up and ready to go, and all upgraded. So we'll see how that ends up. All right. So let's just do. I don't want to do the whole guitar. I really don't want to do the whole guitar. But let's see if we can get some funky designs going here. And that's wore off just enough. Maybe that might work. Yeah, it's going to be a cool guitar. Again, I don't know what he's doing to it as far as looks wise, but I know what I'm going to be doing. So it'll be all set up, and again, everything, like the tuners, the bridge. It's got a Floyd on it. He wants to talk about it on his show Thursday, so I'm not going to say too much more about it. But he did order it. It's on its way, and whoever wins it, you're going to have a pretty nice guitar. Very well upgraded. And then again, like I said, it's even going to look a little bit different than when I have it, because he's going to do something to the looks of it. Okay, there's that. Now let me put a little gold on there, because I want a little. I know what I'm shooting for. Something like. How can I do that? Right there. And again, I don't want to do the whole guitar. This is an experiment. And if I don't like it, I can sand it off. Because I actually planned on repainting this thing anyhow. But if this turns out good enough, we might be all right there. I don't want a complete. So yeah, and it's not, obviously it's not the 1,000th member who's getting it. It could be anybody who's actually a channel, or subscribed. Anybody who subscribed to Laz's channel has a chance at winning this. I know it got shipped today to me. I don't know from where or how long it's going to take. But we've already talked. We talked the other day on the phone. silver. I want to put just a piece of silver right here. Maybe, ooh, right there. And when you guys, if you guys ever do, I know Billy has, but you turn the paper continuously. Don't always put it in one direction, because that defeats the purpose of the whole effect. Okay, there's that. Silver, silver, gold. I want to come down here. Yeah, so like I said, we talked about tuners, pickups, upgrading the bridge, and I think it's a top mount. I don't remember. If it is, I think he wanted me to route it out so it's full floating. So you'll have that. Of course, the frets will be all nice and done, and no buzzing and none of that. No cutting you. I kind of want to keep that direction. So we'll see how it goes. And I guess he's going to tell Thursday what it is and show pictures of how it looks, how he bought it. And he did buy it new. It's not a used guitar. It's brand new. As long as you're a channel member or a subscriber, you got a chance to win it. And I'm glad. I am glad that Laz hit his 1,000 mark. That's a milestone, because I know my shooting channel, I've lost. I haven't done anything to that channel in years. And I don't mean 1 or 2 years. I'm talking, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. I haven't added anything to it. I haven't done anything to it. For those of you who don't know, I'm also been a firearm instructor for years, and shot matches with Glock and a bunch of the pros you see on the TV. I've shot matches with, but so my channel was, I had a sponsor. Johnny Glocks down in Florida. He did my Glocks for me, and so I haven't done anything for years and I still have over 1,200 subscribers to that channel. And I still, a couple times a month, I get questions or comments about, especially the last Glock he built for me, which was a 34. And custom barrel, had it Cerakoted, the colors I wanted. And then CTS Sights was a sponsor, and so I got all my shooting stuff basically for free. But what I'm saying is I still have over 1,200 subscribers on that channel and haven't done anything to it in years. And I know it took forever. It seemed like it took forever to get to that to that 1,000 mark. But once I got there, it was like it was no time at all. I think it was actually up to like 2,000 at one time. But I never, I didn't maintain it daily like Johnny does. I just didn't do that. And I never went live on that channel. I always would do the videos and post them later. So I never went live on a YouTube channel until I got on Johnny's show that first time as just a guest. Thank you, MPN. I'm trying to go like a diagonal design. Maybe just put something real thin in here, but we'll see. You like what Bob Ross? Ow, that's hot. Like Bob Ross used to say, there are no accidents. So let's go. Just happy mistakes or something like that. Or happy accident. I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched any of his shows. Oh, kind of looks like a Spartan helmet coming down to the. Let's see, what can I do right here? See, the artistry part of this is when you start getting these kind of designs like that. Then you got to figure out how to place them. Remember, you don't just run the paper the same way the whole time. So you got to kind of figure out where you want to put stuff. Let's try this. Oh, MPN, this one's a 3-piece body. Not plywood. There's here, so there's the two ends in the center. Let me move this over here so I can see some more, see a little bit better. So that will go. Yeah. Yep, it should. So I'm guessing it just depends on what year they were made. Might be the big mystery there. So remember, it only takes one white crow to prove that they're not all black. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's that or it's just what year they were made. That might be the bigger issue there. Let's see, we got started up there with silver. So let's do this right here. This will make someone happy to wanting to learn how to play. Probably have one of the cooler looking guitars for and the best part is, man, they get to come to the channel and see that guitar being done. That's what I like. What is hitting? What is that? Oh, that. Okay. Oh, what is on rattling on the desk? Or the bench? Yeah, so I'm here to tell you all, I did send that camera to Johnny. I don't know what he did with it, but I did send it to him. I don't want a solid line, though. That's the whole thing. Here we go. I mean, he can't find it, but see, I've watched him before with stuff I sent him. He opens up and looks at it. That's cool. And then sets it down, and you never see it again. I think that's what happened with that camera. Either that or he gave it away to somebody. Because I double checked after him, after 5 hours Saturday night of him looking for it, I thought, you know what, let me double check just to make sure. And it is not where all my other stuff is that I'm not using. So I know I sent it to him. And I still swear to God, he looked at it at his tool bench, and I thought he put it up on the top shelf. So that's why I kept asking him, look beside the bench, see if it fell. Or something like that, which I don't think he looked beside. Why won't that turn? I don't think he actually looked beside it. So I know it's there somewhere. Because like I said, I bought it and plugged it in here, and I just sat in a chair. And I'm like, well, it doesn't do any good for me. Then he started talking about wanting more cameras to put all around the place so you could see more. And I thought, well, okay, I'll just send it to you. And I did. I know I did. I didn't want to do that. Now I got to do this. Break that straight line up. Happy accident. There we go. But yeah, I love doing this. I really do. And like I said, I can understand him because again, this is his livelihood. And if the quality of the viewing is down because the screen shared between two of us, working on the bench. And then you also have people who, well, who am I watching? Am I watching Johnny, or am I going to watch Ron, or So I can understand. Like I said, I'm not mad. I'm not going to lie. It kind of bothered me a little bit because this is my favorite part of any of the. Ooh, that's hot. This is my favorite part of any of this. It didn't take me long to test that. But, whatever. I've never, at least that I know of, I mean, you guys watched it, you can tell me, but I've never ever tried to take over his show. And I wasn't watching when the other guys did it. So, I don't know. But like I told him from the get-go, I'm not going to quit, He never believed me. You just don't do that. You don't rage quit a show like that, then start talking about that person. That's just wrong. So let me see. Oh, let me take. Wow, that sucker's hot. A little craft iron, man. And, he's getting more views at late night like that, so cool. Come on, I need to cut that. There we go. Bring that over. God dang it. This needs to be on a longer cord. Hold on. That's like, people who followed what I did on Cece's guitar. I got some of those videos on the channel. When I drilled the hole for the kill switch. And also when I made the hole, the slice for the selector. I mean, I could have used the right cutters and everything, but the whole premise of that guitar was to what can the kids do? So I sat and I thought, well, the kids probably aren't going to have, unless their dad's a woodworker or something, they're not going to have the access to the tools that I have. So I actually made that entire area for the blade switch, the three-way switch, drilling it, X-Acto knife, just common stuff that's in the house. So you could see how to do it. And you don't have to have, I mean, it's nice to have all the right tools. Makes it quicker. But you gotta have some of the skill, not only just to use the. I keep moving this. That's all the longer this cord is. You got to have some kind of skill in order to use them. I mean, technically, I could have done this off camera. Well, I mean, I've already did Holo-flash on here to show everybody, but you could sit there and say, "Oh man, this took forever to do. I got hours at this. It's so freaking hard." You can tell people that all the time that don't know any better, and they're like, "Wait a minute, what?" So let's do. I don't like the straight line. I'm trying to get rid of the straight lines. Let's see. Oh, that's got a hole in it. Come on, give me something that I can use here. See, these are the ones I tried on that Strat, Billy Ray, that it didn't want to take any of this on it. This does not work good on matte finish guitars, everybody. But, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, my God, this is so hard to do," and blah, blah, blah. If you want me to do it for you, it's going to be $600. That's a bunch of crap. Like I said, I just want to help people, man. If you can't help and share your skill or knowledge or ideas, then what's the purpose of even being on YouTube, or for that matter, being alive? Being raised old school Italian, I'm telling you, you treated people with respect. Even my grandfather would say, manage your friend till he proves you wrong, then you give him another chance. Then if they prove you wrong, you got the evil eye. Those of you who are newer here and don't know, the whole time I was little and born, my dad had 2 body shops. One was a die-hard body shop, and the other one was a body shop / mechanic shop, where they built a bunch of race cars, drag cars, back in the 60s. So I grew up building motors and painting cars, but my dad worked. He would work 4 hours at the body shop, then go across town to the other shop and work 4 hours there, and then from there, he worked afternoon turn at International Harvester. So for a lot of times, I'm always saying how I missed, the first part of Cole's life. He's even said that when he was on Johnny's show, that I missed a lot of it. I missed a lot of my dad's. So his dad, my grandfather, is the one I hung out with for the longest time, till I was like 16, 18. So I was raised by, he was born in 1911 over in Italy. So was my grandmother. She was born in 1915 in Italy, right outside of Rome. So I was raised old school by them. And I'll give a real quick story so you guys might understand. Every year, my grandfather and I would cut wood for our fireplaces, ours and theirs. And with my grandfather, if you were a half hour early, you were 15 minutes late, as far as he's concerned. He was always like that. So we'd go cut the wood, and we had an old truck that we used. And I was late one day, just like 10 minutes. It's 20 minutes maybe, I'm not sure. That was like 1984. And I got out of there, and he just looked at his watch and looked at me. I said, I know, but don't worry. We'll make out. We'll get out here sooner than we normally do. And the reason I was late, I had stopped at a hardware store and bought a home light chainsaw, thinking, okay, it'd be a lot quicker and easier. You know, I was the young guy, and hold on, I gotta set this somewhere. Will that work in there? Oh, almost. I need to make a holder, 3D print a holder for that. So he's like, well, let me see it. So I'm thinking, oh, whatever. So I handed him the chainsaw. He grabs a crescent wrench or some kind of wrench he had on him, and he takes a spark plug out. And I'm looking at him like, okay, it's brand new. The spark plug's fine. But I couldn't figure out why he took it out. Well, then I found out. He chucked the spark plug over the hill into the woods. And I must have had the most stupidest look on my face. I'm looking at him like, what are you doing? He puts the chainsaw back in the back of the truck, grabs an axe, hands it to me, and says, you're going to do a man's job. You got to do it like a man. Now let's get chopping. So that's how I was raised. And with my Nona, she never wrote a recipe down. But where I was there all the time, I know all her stuff now. They both died in 1999. And to this day, other family calls me up all the time. How did she make this? How did she make that? And I've basically catered for some of my family functions. Because she never wrote the recipes down. So, but that's basically how I grew up, was just, you know, we don't do that. You do it this way. You're going to do it this way. Laz. Sorry I haven't been reading the chat. I apologize for that. But I'm trying to get this to look a certain way. I don't want to do the whole guitar. I know that may sound strange, but this is all, you know, it's all supposed to be, especially with this stuff, what's in your imagination. And you don't turn the stuff. You got to turn it continuously. You don't put this all on the same direction, because that defeats the whole purpose of it. Cool. I just need to get a new iron. I bought this cheap iron. It's a little craft iron, and it actually works pretty good. It's just the cord's only about 2 feet long, and the plug's down the side a little bit. So. So anyhow, that's why I'm going to just start doing more of these bench shows myself. Since Johnny doesn't want to do them during the week. He's doing them at night on his own. Like I said, which is fine. It's his show, and if that's what's growing him, or growing his channel, that's cool. Like I said, he does. It's his job. It's not just a hobby or a whatever you want, extracurricular activity. I mean, this is what he does for a living. So. Oops, wrong way. God dang it. I gotta pull the body back this far. curl up on me. So I will be going Mondays. I haven't decided to be 9 or 10 or 9:30 every Monday. And if I can't be here on a Monday, I'll let you know. I'll put something on the screen that you guys can read, telling you that they won't be. And I will tell you this: come next football season, if the Steelers are playing on a Monday night, I will not be here on that Monday night. I'm telling you that right now. I got a long history with the Steelers. And then I'm going to do Thursdays before Laz's show. So Thursdays I'll probably do 8 to 10. And then Laz's show is 10 or 11, whenever it is. If he keeps inviting me on. And then I guess I'm just going to start going randomly also, once or twice a week. Because out of everything we did, this has always been my favorite, the bench work shows. Because I love doing this. I love answering questions, or at least I try to when I can follow the chat better. And then I'll just do, so it's always going to be 2 a week, if not 3 or 4. Because I know I had asked Johnny about Saturday, because he told me the other day that he did not want to do, me and him do the bench things during the week, because he was doing them at night on his own, and he's getting more subscribers and stuff like that, and that's fine. That's what he's, that's why you're there. And I said, well, what about Saturday? And he's like, Saturday, it's possible. I don't know if it's going to be every Saturday, but so we'll do some Saturdays, I guess. But and again, that's fine. It's his show. I never tried to take it over. I don't want to interfere with his livelihood. If he can grow the channel, and I kind of understand, because again, like I'm watching this on a phone, and if you got him on there and me on there and that little screen split, then it's hard. You as a viewer are losing out. Well, that's hot. You as the viewer are losing out because you're not seeing quality of what's going on. So it's actually a smart move on his part. So unless he doesn't send me the links anymore for the shows, I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be on there. But it's up to him. All right, I'm standing by that I sent that camera, because it is not here. So I know he got that camera. I looked today. I spent an hour looking in the 2 places where I have a bunch of stuff that I'm not using anymore. I'm sorry about that click. That's this power switch for this. And that's where it was when I picked it up to ship it to him. and it's not there. So I know I sent it to him. It's just a question of where he put it. But then again, if you watch a lot of the stuff I'd sent him, it's funny. He's like, oh yeah, that's cool, and puts it down, and then you never see it again. So I know it's there somewhere, and he'll find it eventually. Sticking to me. So now I need to put just a couple spots here, just like a little. So like something was there. Yeah, that stuff that I used on that other guitar doesn't want to work on this. So not only does it not stick to a matte finish guitar very much, it also ruins what you got left. You know what? I'm just going to cut these strings. Yes, they're new, but I had a nice gentleman sent me 7 sets of strings for all this. So I'll just put another set of strings on it. So I'll just do more here on here because like I said, I love doing the work and showing you guys how to do stuff and like I told you before, if I don't know, I'm never going to lie to you and tell you that I do. We'll figure out what it is together. Yeah, I forgot some of these are with the intonation set on this. Some of these saddles are like in the way. This is a Fender Player tremolo on here. So like I said, it was a big upgrade from the Beretta one, the Beretta Special, I should say. And this will be going to, like I said, this will be going to somebody. Move this a little bit out of the way. You know what? Here we go. Magnetic trays. You don't lose the parts that way. See, I didn't have the blue Holo-flash. Kind of wish now I did. Let me see. What can we put there? That one. I want to get a little bit on that. Oh, I got to move over here. All I have is the silver and gold. Come on. A little bit of silver. We have a spot I can use. Right there. And then don't want to burn that. And that's the only bad thing about this craft iron out, the cord's not long. Get that like that. Just like Bob Ross. Happy little trees. Now I have an image in my head what I'm trying to do with this. I didn't want to cover the whole thing like all the other ones. And I don't particularly want the straight lines either. So I kind of want like a hybrid. Now sometimes you got to do this. You got to cut what you need to use so you don't get the straight line. And naturally those scissors don't want to cut with a crap. So, and then here, I like the way that if I could, man, if that would fit right, or does it? See, there's that straight line again. I don't want that line. All right, hold on. Let me get this real quick first. That piece right there. Come on, dang it. Oh, hold on. Cord's all tangled again. Yeah, it tangles up really easy. And then it even gets shorter than what it is. If I can just use part of that, the whole thing. There we go. Did it. No straight line. Cool. Everything's sticking to my gloves. I just want a couple splotches in there, and that would be best if this one, but this is one of the ones off that other guitar that kind of ruined what was in there. I just get that right there. A little bit now. Turn that off. There we go. That ain't. I don't want to do it. That. So this is going to make somebody wanting to learn how to play guitar happy. We'll definitely have one of the coolest looking guitars for a new student. Now I kind of want a line right here though, to kind of define the area. Do that. Come on. Remind me, Billy, not to listen to you anymore. Just joking, my friend. And then right there. Oh, man, that would be... If that would stay right there, that would be perfect. Because I kind of got that illusion of a straight line without it being straight. And that's what I'm kind of going for here. There we go. And put... Come on. Need that center one right there to stay. Alright, now let me get some down here on the edges. And we are... Oh, I see right here. Need something right there to that edge. That's cool because that won't have the line. See, you don't want straight lines in here. Hard straight lines, I should say. unless that's the actual effect you're going for, but usually that with Holo-flash, there we go, that doesn't work very well. Yeah. All right, so let me get some down on these, and a little bit right there, and then I'm going to call this one done, and we'll see how it sits with me for a while. Again, it may end up getting all sanded down, and I'll do a custom paint job on it, whatever. Because I know I did that Cosmo Kramer for MPN, which, by the way, MPN, you can't see, but your certificate's right up there, and I'm going to mail that too. I apologize. It's taken me a little bit, but the whole thing with my mother when she was here and the issues we were having, I did get behind on a lot of stuff, and I apologize for that. But I did for those who know MPN's Kramer, Cosmo Kramer, actually, that I did print out a certificate of authenticity that is one of that actual design. There will never be another one. I mean, there will be another Cosmo paint job, but it's not going to be a copy of that one. If that makes more sense. Each one will be unique, and the next ones that go out will also get a certificate, and it'll be like the next one will be number 2 of the Cosmo style, but it's also, even though it's the second Cosmo guitar, it's still one of one as far as that paint job goes. If that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. And I haven't got sued by Seinfeld for saying Cosmo Kramer, so I think we're pretty good. Come on, I need that right there. Yeah, this stuff will not. I'm going to have to order some more of this. They got a green, they got a red, the blue. They got one I'll never order. It's a pink. But they have it if you do want it. Like I said, I didn't want this completely covered. I was going for a certain kind of look. And again, this still may end up being completely sanded down and some kind of custom skull and spider or whatever. Who knows? Let's just say whoever ends up with it for their first guitar, they'll be the hit of the store or the classroom or whatever. So when you take a new sheet, to avoid the lines, don't use from the edge first. Start in the middle or inside somewhere. Just stay away from the edge. Yeah, I'm sorry, Holly. I can't. This cord's so short on this crafting iron. we go. See, then you end up getting this kind of stuff where it's not the straight line. So you're good to go. Now let me run it this way. Let me put just some splotches here and there. I'm going to get right here without making that a perfect line. Again, this was a free guitar. Well, given to me for doing that acoustic for that guy. And I did take out the original Kramer pickup. Well, it's not even really a Kramer. It is a ROHS company. Don't sound bad. It really doesn't. Please give me some kind of silver that I can use right there, and there it is. So I put the Seymour JB or the SH4 in it. Pot, still good pot. Didn't worry about that. Got the barrel jack in it for that. Cleaned the frets up. Well, I leveled them, polished them. Then I did the edges tonight. It still has the stock tuners. This is a Fender Player tremolo. So I took the Beretta tremolo out of it. And again, all those parts, they end up getting used, mixed and matched, and because I just never know. I can't tell you how many times I hear this was in the closet for 30 years or 50 years, or well, one time it was 60 years. Can you do anything with it? Let me get something right there. Edges are kind of hard on the curved part here. So any and all parts are welcome, because they all eventually get used. And believe it or not, last year was a good year as far as getting guitars in the hands of people that needed it, couldn't afford them. And because I started out the year really strong with a lot of parts, thanks to a few of you. Greasy Monkey sent a gigantic box in. It probably weighed 15 pounds. And those, all that stuff, that and this was all last year. So I got a lot of donations last year. Even Laz, the Fender tuners you sent in, they went out on a guitar. Rich sent that Epiphone Les Paul in, hollow body, from 1999, made in Korea. And I went through that and fixed it all up. It didn't need much. And that went to a guy. And then Greasy donated the Chipson. And a lot of parts. So, but it was a good year, and a lot of them are gone. The parts are like just gone now. Everything's place to put this too. All right, so let's see. Let me put these in a loop here. Hold on, so I don't poke my own eye out. So let's see what we ended up with. See, I wanted to keep a section. I wanted it kind of straight, but without being a straight line. Oh, where's the... Wait a minute. What do I do with the knot? Oh, here it is. There. go. Oh, wait. Well, I should probably bolt the pickup back in it, or screw the pickup back in it. Yeah, I need to order some more Holo-flash. Might try to put just one single little thing here. Yeah, so last year, thank you everybody who donated guitars, parts, strings, you name it. Because it made a lot of people happy. And again, there's nothing like just seeing the smile on their face, man. And sadly, like I said, it's usually a single parent. And 95% of the time, it's a single mom that has the child that wants to learn, and she can't afford a guitar because the ex-husband's, the story I usually hear is not paying child support, or if he does, it's sporadic or not very much, and the child really wants to learn how to play. One time it was a clarinet, and I happened to have, my daughter and I had a clarinet here that we gave her. And Peggy has seen that photo, that little girl. Her mother gave it to her on Christmas morning. And man, the smile on that little girl's face is amazing. And that's what makes it worth it all. It's just, And I hope the guy that got me into doing this, because of helping the band out, I hope he's in heaven watching, saying, because this is now 40 years of doing that. 39 years of paying it forward, which is what he wanted. But it got to the point now where I just love doing it. I need to polish these again. Fortunately, I have this one. So it's just, I show you guys everything I do. I tell you, or I answer questions, and like I told you before, if I don't know, I'm not going to lie to you. I'll tell you I don't know. But you know what? We'll find out together. Because I am not the end-all of end-all. I don't know everything there is. And I firmly believe anybody can teach you something. But I truly believe, now that I'm medically retired, I didn't have a choice. And this is how I spend my days. Right here. You see what I do? I'm down here in this studio, either writing and recording music, or working on a guitar for somebody. Now, like I said, I do have a couple regular customers that come in, but a lot of it is, like this guitar. I spent 6 hours on that acoustic, and the only part I had in it was a fret, one fret. I had to replace the second fret on it, so there was nothing involved in it other than just my time. And he's like, "What?" When he called and asked me we went through the whole thing, calling me and asked me if I wanted to do it, because I know you like electrics better than acoustics, but I had to learn acoustics too. But I will say I've worked on 100 times more electrics than acoustics. But I said, yeah, I'll do it, whatever. And he's like, well, needs this, maybe this, and maybe this. And, he stays in the cowboy court area, so it's really worn down, blah, blah, blah. I said, fine, just drop it off. He's like, well, here's the next thing. I was like, what's that? And I'm thinking he's going to want it painted, or maybe there's a crack or something in it. He's like, there's no money. I'm like, whatever, just bring it down. He's like, well, I'll give you my Kramer, because he's got, I don't know how many, he's probably got himself, the guy who brought it down probably has 15 or so guitars himself. He's a big Eddie Van Halen. So he's got like the Circles and the Bumblebee and the Frankenstrat. And he had a bunch of other guitars. He's like, well, I'll give you my blue Beretta for doing that. And I was like, don't worry about it. Well, he brought it down anyhow and insisted on giving it to me. So I have 6 hours time and 1 fret invested in this and getting this guitar. So I'm doing all this, changing it around. I may use it for a song or two in some of my couple of new songs. Mess with it for a while. And then I'll get a call from either, I work with a couple music studios. Well, work with. It's not like I'm on their payroll. They just call me. They're friends of mine, very good friends of mine for 40 plus years. And they'll call me when they got someone comes in that wants lessons really bad, and they're like, we went to the store, we just can't afford it. Do you have, because how it happens is they come in and want to know if there's a rental instrument they can use to learn with. And that's when I usually get the call. He's like, you got anything? And I'm like, here you go. A lot of times I would just take it and give it to him and let him give it to the kid or guy, whoever it is. I mean, like I said, I've given away a couple to homeless. I've given to veterans. But a majority of them are children, and 95% of that is a single parent mother. So I don't want to sound like Steve Martin, say I do a lot of work with unwed mothers, because I don't do. I'm giving away my age there. But I love doing it, and I promised that guy in 1986 that I would pay it forward. He never gave me a time frame, like for a year or whatever, so I just kept going. So at some point, I'll get a phone call. I won't know if I got something. And usually, if I have more than one, I'll I'll say, hey, here's these. What do they want? What are they looking for? But I make sure they're all playable. Don't cut them. They look cool. Everything works. So when they start their lessons, they don't have to worry about the guitar. Just use the guitar and do the lessons. Because who knows? I keep saying it, and I know it's a pipe dream, but you guys donating parts, me doing the work, we may get a guitar into the hands of the next Eddie or Randy or Ingve, 20 years from now. Excuse me. And they'll be like, hey, I grew up without a dad, and we didn't have any money, and this guy just fixed a guitar for me and gave it to me, and that's why I'm here. I would love to hear that someday. And that's payment for me. Like I said, if it's not a regular customer of mine, there's no charge for any of this. Like when I give this one away, there's no charge for it. Just that bring a smile to my face. That, and then again, I beginning of the show, I made another one of these testers. They work great. See your pickups, and if you got a switch, it shows you which switch is, if this part of the switch is bad. And I'm putting my tools away and cleaning the bench back off. So these I sell, and these I sell. If anybody's interested, email me. So again, let's see what we ended up with here. A little bit different, not being completely covered. Kind of what I was going for. So if you now think about this area right here, your hand, your arm, your hand. So I just wanted to try something different. That's all. Good night, Lewis. Did I record anything with your Cosmo? No, I did not. Brother, I didn't even want to. I couldn't wait to get that back to you. So yeah, it's a little different. Not doing everything. I may end up putting like a thin strip here and maybe one here and one there, just to kind of break that up a little bit or fill it in a little bit. But I don't want to do the whole guitar. And again, a month from now, I'm looking at it, think it sucks. I'll just take it out in the garage, sand it all down, and then we'll do a custom paint job on it. But for right now, it's a little bit different. I may like it, I may not like it. And this Kramer pickup will end up in a guitar that, a zebra color pickup will match. Sounds good, so. So let's see again. These things really, out in the sunlight, man, these things are crazy. That's true, Peggy. You never know. I mean, I may get, well, it's never happened, but feasibly, I could get 10 calls. Hey, you got something, you got something, you got something. I just hate it when it's like, well, we bought this guitar off Amazon for $90. And then the guitar is, it comes in the action's a half inch off the frets, won't stay in tune. You can't even tune it. It sounds terrible. And it's like, you spent $90 plus shipping or whatever on that. I'm thinking about that, RJ. I really am. I did on MPN's, both of his. I did his Cosmo. I put one, that was one of the white ones. But his blue one was a plywood body. This one is a 3-piece. You see the seams. Yeah, Torsen T's Guitars, they sent me like 3 or 4 Floyds. And Torsen sent, I got a bunch of, well, not a bunch. I mean, I don't know what you call a bunch, but I got 3, 4, I got six Stratocaster pick guards and probably three Telecaster ones, including a gold metal one. Yeah, but Torsen sent a bunch, and he sent me four total Floyds. Yeah, and then Torsen donated one, two, at least four, if not five guitars. The Floyds from Torsen, no, they were fine. They were brand new. The guitar, the ones that did have them on weren't Floyds. They were the the pop metal junk. Cool. I love Floyd's. Been messing with them, playing them since uh, '85. In this area, the Pittsburgh area, Cleveland or Columbus area, I'm known as the Floyd guy. So I guess that's better than being known as some other stuff. I don't know. I'll have to lay this out. See, I hate trying to show pictures on here because the light reflects off the camera screen. I got to lay it all out, mark it. It's not like just going from here and drilling a hole or making it bigger. That doesn't. Yeah, Torsen is, like I say, sent four guitars, maybe five. And then they're not the specials either. And then four of those and pick guards, a bunch of the tuners like this one. And then he sent two sets of the locking ones, the chrome ones, not the black ones. Because he's like, he was on Johnny's show, and he's like, man, because I love what you do, and now I got a place to send all our extra parts when we don't need them. I'm like, cool. So, like I said, last year was a good year for fixing guitars for people that couldn't afford it, and then giving guitars out to people. But it's got to the point, like I said, I don't have a lot of stuff left. Cool, Tim. I would love to. I would love to work at FU-Tone or ESP or Jackson when Grover still owned it. So this was something a little different. Oh wait. Now that I want it, I can't find it. Oh, nope. I had a decal I thought about. Where was I going to put it? It might look more or less a joke, but now I don't know where it went. I thought it was up there. Nope. There. Yeah, I mean, it's somebody last week asked, oh, here, how about this? Somebody asked me last week about the tools, and the best thing I can say is if you're going to do it for a living, or well, I guess just say if you're going to do it for a living and for other people, then get the best tools you can buy. If you have 5 or 10 of your own guitars and you're just doing your own stuff, then you can get away with a lot of the Amazon stuff. No, I'm waiting on a black one. They're supposed to send me a black telly for that. The one I did do that was well, he's 18, but he's special needs. He took that one. Yeah, but Torsen was supposed to send me a black telly for me to do the Holo-flash stuff to, and do whatever I want to do to it to get it set up a little bit different, and send it back to him, and then he was going to sell it on the T's website as a one-off. I think T's. I don't know how he does what he does for the price he's selling them for. So, but it is, and RJ, I am looking very much forward to being part of the guitar mafiosa. Capiche? Yeah, well, he has pictures of the first one I did, but that wasn't to go back to the store or back to him. That was one to give away, which I did. But he's supposed to send a black telly for me to basically customize and then send it back to him, and then he's going to put it on the website and sell it as a one-off. And then I told him, I said that would be cool to do like one every 4 months to do 3 a year, or do one every 3 months to do 4 a year. No two will be the same, be like special editions. Hi, Derek. Yeah, I'm just hanging out, man. It's, I got nothing else to do. The only problem is with the free StreamYard I'm doing, you only get 20 hours a month, so I got to kind of watch that. I didn't know that until the last one I did in January. It said I had like 7 hours left, and it wouldn't renew until February 5th. So, well, good. Well, Tim, next time you're there, send me that black telly so I can do it and then get it back to him so he can list it. Let's see, it's Monday. You're not resting anybody tonight. So yeah, this is a little different design. I just wanted to kind of see what that would be. And I didn't want this to be plain, but I want it. And now looking at it, I want like something here, a longer strip here, and maybe one here, just thin, just a little, just to break it. Add a little bit more to it. But now, should I do the headstock too to match the body? Out in the sun's when these things really show the colors. Yeah, but I'm going to do one for Torsen, and then he'll sell it, and I'll do it on the show here. Have to be here now because we're not. I guess we're not doing that. We're not doing it together on Johnny's show. So, yeah, I did the headstock on the other. Let me see if I can show you the photo of it. I won't be able to read your comments. Hold on. But I'll have to move. I guess I'll try and move the light, see if you can see it better. But this is the first black telly that he sent me, and it went to a kid that was special needs. He fell in love with it. It was because the kid was very he was hard to settle down, very hard to settle down, and but he loved music and loved guitars. So is he actually ever going to be able to play it? I have no idea. I'm hoping. But when he saw that one, it was instantly calm. Instant. And he was just in love with it. There's one you can't. All right, let me see if you can. That's it. And I did do the headstock, but I kept the Chrome Tees logo available also to see. How well you can see that reflection from the light. But let me see up here. Where'd it go? Huh? Hold on. Although you can't read it on here because of the light of the camera. But I did do the headstock, and you were able to still read T's guitars. So I got other pictures of it here. Just gonna. Ow, that was my shoulder. Oh, here's the girl that got the clarinet. Look at that smile. That was Christmas morning when her mother gave it to her. She made sure she sent my daughter and myself the photo of her. And that smile, that's what makes it all worthwhile. Right there. Let me find. I got other pictures of that guitar that actually turned out better. I mean, the photos did. Sad part is I got 5,000 some photos on here, so it takes me a while. Oh, here we go. There it is. So yeah, he's supposed to send me another black one, so I can do that to it again. And that was June 29th last year. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was the older one. I'm trying to read here, catch up now, but yeah, it was the older one, and but I took it over. I still had the uh, the Epiphone hollow body Les Paul from Korea. 19. They only made it for 1 year, 99 to 2000, and Rich set that in, sent me that to give out, and so I did that, and I took that guitar and that telly, and when that kid, I keep saying kid, but he turned 18 right before then. Nonverbal, nonverbal at all. Um, and it's single parent, but it's the dad. The dad had to retire in order to take care of his son because the mother has walked out on him. So when that kid saw that telly, he just like completely different. He wasn't interested in the Epiphone Les Paul. I don't know if it was the color, the whatever, but whatever it was, he was sitting there and he was just strumming on it. But so blue floral telly, cool. Lewis, welcome back. So yeah, and doing all this stuff, again with all your guys' donated parts, there's no charge, and that smile right there. And I tell I always ask people when they send stuff, do you want me to say this guitar went to so and so? And when I give it to them and say, hey, I did the work, the guitar or the parts to make it came from whoever. A lot of people don't want me to say, just say they were just donated parts, but I will do that if you want. Um, I told um, who did I tell? I told somebody. Oh, one of the guitar. He actually owns the music school. I told him instead of just giving him the hymn, I'm going if possible. Um, excuse me. I want to bring him and give him so I can get photos. Sometime he got the mother sent that photo of that girl with the clarinet. Um, like I said, usually if it's at one of the schools, the my contact is the one that gives the student or the whoever the guitar. But I kind of want to be around a little bit more this year since I got a lot more people offering to donate parts, so they know that I'm not using them on my own stuff. It's going to stuff like this. And again, the only thing I got 6 hours time and 1 fret invested that got me this guitar. So got a Fender player bridge on it, Seymour. Different. The pot was still good, so I left that alone. worked on the frets, leveled them, crowned them, polished them, and just did the. Still has the original tuners. They seem to be working okay. I took the two Van Halen style hook loops out of this, and then the holes were so big. He's like, when he brought it down here, he's like, well, I left those in because I didn't know if you wanted those or not. And he's like, but you could pull them out and put toothpicks in them. And I started laughing. I said, no. I said, we're not going to go. I had to take them out and then put one of these. That's how big the hole was. There and in there. And I let it sit overnight, and I was able to put regular strap buttons back on it. So, that don't go there. That goes there. So again, and I have RJ is sending some parts, and then I got notification that I have a box being delivered here Wednesday. I don't know what all's in it. So parts are coming in to keep us going, and I thank you. MPN, thank you. Everybody, thank you. So it's just being able to keep it playing or keep it going is what means the world to me. And that's, you guys keep that going, make it possible. So that's why I'm making sure, I'm still doing something, even though, you won't see me on the bench very often now on Johnny's show. So I'll just do more on this. I don't know if I just have to do 10 2-hour shows or whatever, but cool, Tim. Just please let Torsa know when you see him. Send me that black telly, and so I can get it done and get it back to him so he can list it. And I wouldn't mind doing 3 or 4 a year, one-offs. I mean, it don't have to be Holo-fly. I do custom paint work too. So we just do 3 or 4 custom one-off Tees guitars a year. And he can sell them for whatever. Good. Thank you, Tim. I know the first one we do is going to be like something like that other black one, but if it's one of the newer ones, that would be great. And if you would, ask him if he had accumulated any extra parts yet again. But yeah, like I said, I just like helping. And I hate saying that because I'm trying not to sound like I'm somebody special or being conceited, but that I truly believe that's what I'm supposed to do, is help people. And I love doing it. Oh, let me get over on the bench or the regular table or desk. Geez, I'll come up with it sooner or later. And hey, I'll be done here shortly. I got another song back. You guys have never heard it yet. Yeah, you guys never got to hear it yet, but I have to download it into the Roadcaster so you guys can hear it, because I can't blare it through the speakers, where you'll see just how good a shot my wife is. I trained her well. I really did, and she excelled at it, actually. Because when her and I very first got married, she told me, she said, she's like, hey, I don't want any guns in the house. And I just looked at her and said, did you even meet me before? Because Cole was, she was pregnant. Didn't want Cole to be around him. Hold on, I got to download that. And then I got to download it and then upload it. To the Roadcaster. Hold on here. I don't know. Well, he pays for his. I'm using the free StreamYard. So he pays for his. He's got unlimited. I can't do that yet. When they had their Black Friday special, when Laz got it, he got a deal. He got it like half off for the entire year. And I didn't have the money at that time because my wife had just got laid off in October, which kind of ruined the whole holiday thing for us. Yes, I want to delete that pad. Hold on. Now I have to. Where do I got to put that? I got to put that in. I'll just put it right here for now. I got to see where it goes from here. All right, now let me put it in here. This is such a pain to do this sometimes. Okay, this is minute and a half to upload to the Roadcaster. This I just got this back yesterday evening. So yeah, as far as Johnny wanted to do a lot of changes this year, and he is doing it. And one of them is he doesn't want to do the workbench shows during the week like we have been doing them. He starts late, like now he'll start and do one himself. And it's getting him more subscribers. And like I said, this is actually his job. He doesn't work. The YouTube streaming thing is his actual job. So he needs more subs. And when a lot of people watch on a phone or an iPad, when him and I are at a bench, the screen split. So you're not getting what the heck was that? Wait a minute. Something hit the ground then rolled, I think. So you're not getting a quality perspective of either me or him that way. So he does it. He does it on his own now, and told me he didn't want to do any more during the week. And then I said, well, what about Saturday? Because the bench working on the guitars is my favorite thing at the shows. And so now he kind of like took that away from me. So I said, what about Saturday? And he's like, well, every now and then. So I thought, well, now I got to just start doing them on my own then. So as far as that, I still want to be on his show. I hope he still has me on there. I just won't be doing the bench shows near as much if we do them on Saturdays at all, because I don't think he was really sure about that. So let me see. Is that uploaded now? Okay. Now this, I got to turn this on so I can hear it. My friend of mine, let me give you a little backstory on this song. And I don't know if I like how it turned out. I've known him for 40 some years. He's literally like a brother of mine. And then there was two of them, two boys. Sorry. And just it'd be 2 years this coming October. His younger brother used to date my younger sister. 22 years in the 101st Airborne he was in. And he ended up being a paratrooper instructor. I don't know how many. And he was a natural born shooter. So he started out and became an instructor. Then he decided he wanted to try his hand at sniper. So he went in there, they gave him a shot, and he just blew them away. And he ended up being that. So he did a lot of trips, Afghanistan and all that. And they actually at one point had a bounty on his head. But he got out. They actually changed his name legally. And at 55 years old, he dropped dead. 6 months prior to that, their mother died. Their dad died like in 1990. And then he had a son who hooked up with the wrong crowd. He got clean, then got in the wrong crowd again, and then went to go back to, I guess, what he usually did before. And his son, they got divorced, him and his wife, and they had the boy, and then the boy died. So it's literally just him. He has no dad, no father, no brother, no son. And with him, you know where you stand. He has no filter. And if he doesn't like you, you'll know it. If he likes you, you know it. If he considers you family, he'll do anything for you. He was actually my very first singer. Him and I's the one that actually started the band. He's not the singer you're hearing on these, though. So for years, I kept thinking about that, with his mom or his dad and everything he went through with his boy. And then when his brother he was just up here. He lives in North Carolina. His brother did. He was married to a doctor, and she just called. I got the phone call about 5 a.m. He's like, "Hey, Lance died." And like I said, 6 months prior to that, their mother died. So when his brother died, I wanted to finish this song. So I did, and I didn't know if I wanted to do it the way it turned out. I was almost thinking a country style song, but I didn't do it that way. So, and someone said the mixes are great. Also, Sire. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. It's a friend of mine doing those, and he's doing it for me as a favor. And he's mixing. I'm just sending him raw stuff. He's the one that mixed it. There's some of them have girls singing in the background. I got no idea who they are. If you hear any keyboards, that's him adding the keyboards. So it's like, I'll do them for you. That's fine. I do them, no time limit. I can't say, hey, I need this in 2 days, because he's doing them for free on his spare time. And it's a one-shot deal. It comes back, and that's how it is when I get it. I can't call him back up and say, hey, how about doing, it's none of that. So sometimes I don't know what they're going to turn out like. And this one, I don't know. But it's about my buddy who's now alone. And the song is actually called, hold on, Lost But Not Forgotten. So for the first time anywhere, and this is only the third time I'm going to hear it. Here you go. Let me know if I need to turn up or turn it down.
He says he's good, yeah, he always does. Laughs it all like it never was. Sleeps on couches, lives out late. Calls it freedom, calls it fate. No bloodline left to call his name, just empty chairs and picture frames. He learned to smile through broken teeth, says pain's just something you outgrown.
That's the Ingle you're hearing.
We see ghosts behind his eyes, places he won't go. You say you're fine, but we know better. You say you're strong, but you're under the weather. No family left, but you're not alone. We're the ones still calling your phone. If you fall apart, we'll stay right here. You don't have to disappear. You say you're fine, yeah, you swear you are, but we love you just the way you are. He drinks his past like it's holy wine. He says tomorrow's just another line. Carries jokes like a loaded gun. Pulls the trigger just to feel numb. Says don't worry, I'll be okay, but he never lets the night turn day. He thinks asking is weakness, thinks love comes with a prize, but brother, you don't owe us anything. Just stay alive. You say you're fine, but we know better. You say you're strong, but you're under the weather. No family left, but you're not alone. With the lunch still calling your phone. If you fall apart, we'll stay right here. You don't have to disappear. You say you're fine, yeah, you swear you are, but we love you just the way you are. If you're lost, let us find you. If you're tired, lean on us. You don't need blood to be family, just someone who won't give up. We've seen the crash, we've heard the lies, we've watched you drown in plain sight. So if tonight you find it break, we'll be the ones who stay. You say you'll try, but it's okay to not be fine another day. No roots left, but you've still got ground. We're the ones who won't back down. If the world leaves scars on you, we'll help you heal. We'll see you through. You say you're fine, maybe someday you will. Until then, bother, we're here still. No family name, no place to run, but you got us.
So there you go. That's only the third time I've heard this song now. I don't know if thank you. What you heard was the top Mesa cabinet mic'd with two mics, one right up against the grill and one back about a foot. And then the second angle, the second one down there. Top one's a Powerball 2. That is the Invader 150. So you heard that amp, that cabinet, mic'd, and that was played on the, hold on. Hi, babe. No, not yet. Hold on. That was played on this. So this has a jazz in the neck and a black winter down here in the bridge. And the weird part about this is I also did a song. Obviously, it was before his brother died, but it was about his brother coming back from the war. And it's called My Demons of War. So I did that, and then, I wrote that song, and then he dies. So somebody sent me a text. They want to hear One Night Eternal. So is that okay with you guys if I play that? That is on here. That's the one about the one night stand. And the whole song's true. I still, that was 1984, and I never did find out who she was. All right. This is recorded with the Powerball 2, that cabinet, and the Jackson Warrior with the slug pickup in the back, which is a 44.3 output. I have 76 songs to do.
Midnight whispers on tangled sheets. Moonlight dances on a silhouette so sweet. Her perfume lingers like a stolen rhyme. A fleeting touch that defies time. She moves like smoke through my fingertips. Every glance a promise on her parted lips. No names exchange in the candle's glow. Just two shadows melting.
Two shadows melting slow.
Then the dawn comes creeping in, turning magic back to sin. Her dress slides on like midnight sun, leaving just a scent of where she's been. Oh, one night eternal in my veins.
dark-haired girl.
Dark-haired girl catches my eyes. Beggars and kings, all
When you're
look
drowning
the same.
in the sea.
When you're drowning in a missing name.
And a missing name.
Footsteps down the avenue, but none of them ever sound like you. The bartender pours another wound while the jukebox plays a forgotten tune. Oh, one night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning rain. Every street lamp, every passing train.
Subway.
I'll chase your shadow through the flame. One night eternal in my veins.
I've had people tell me
The chains of
if they knew he wasn't dead, they would swear I had Ray Gillen singing. From Badlands and Black Sabbath. So there you go. I'm definitely, I graduated high school in 1983. So I was the right age, the right time, and the 80s is, love it. Now I'm closer to my 80s than I am to the 80s. Anybody want to hear any more? Go for a few more. I mean, what the heck? There you go. You guys want to hear the song about Ed Gein again? I only played it for you guys once so far. I did 4 songs about serial killers. And the funny part was Laz was more interested in why I did songs about serial killers than the songs themselves. I did, and it's just something that's always fascinating me, how people can do this to somebody and it doesn't bother them. And, you know, and like the Jack the Ripper, which I did that one. That was actually the first one I got back. Never got caught. So I've always just been interested in Jack the Ripper, Ed Gein, H.H. Holmes, and Lizzie Borden. So I did 4 songs, one about each of them. So here is the one about Ed Gein. It's called Plainfield's Monster. Now this one and the Lizzie one, I tried to kind of do a little different style than what I'm used to. So here you go.
Back road, Wisconsin, frost on the ground, a quiet little farmhouse, no screams, no sound. Mama's words still screaming in his brain, a lonely boy praying through the pain. Graveyard shift under harvest moon, his shovel sings the hymnal tune. Didn't kill like the stories say, he stole from the dead, then he walked away. Newspapers hungry, ink runs red, voices. They say he wore the skin of the damned, built a throne from bone and hand, face of fear, a butcher's grin, but the devil lives in what we print. Say his name, watch it so. Truth rides slow, but legends explode in plain field. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. Lampshades lit with a human glow, belts that once had names, you know. Master faces, frozen screams, a man hiding inside a sick drum. Mother dead, but she's never gone. Her voice still pulling the curtains drawn. Not a king of blood and war, just a mind that snapped before. True woman killed, the rest on earth. The lie gets louder as the legends burn. They say he danced in a house of skin, drank the dark, let the madness in, caught his sins in candlelight, but sin sells better in the night.
Thank you, Derek.
Say his name, watch it so. Truth pops slow, but legends explode in plain field. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. Not a genius, not a mastermind, not 100 bodies, just a broken soul. Raised on scripture, silent shame. We made him bigger, fed the flame. Who's the monster, him or us? Who sharpened every man?
There was actually guitar there. He took it out.
Shovel skin, sin and bone. Lonely man in his borrowed home. Grave dirt press his mother's face. A human
And I didn't do the clapping. He added that.
Truth wears wax, legend wears the crown. Truth stays buried, but his legends yelled. Say his name, feel it crawl. Fear needs icons, not the small. In plain field, under snow and rain. A sick man lived, and we made his name. Candles out, the story stays. Truth in shadow, myth in flames.
Oh, since we're on the kick, we might as well show the rest of it. Here's the one about, if anybody knows anything about H.H. Holmes and the, quote, murder castle that he built in Chicago for the World's Fair in 1892. He's considered America's first serial killer. And so I did a song called, because he had the blueprints and hired different crews, so nobody knew what actually was going to be finished. And it came to me one night, the Devil's Blueprint, and that's what the song ended up being called. So here it is. That is the Red Jackson you're hearing right there. The Red Mercury Crackle. And also my baritone, which I just did the notes just to make it. Move tremolo back.
In the shadows of Chicago streets, a castle built with wicked deeds. The walls could
No, I didn't know that.
tale so grim of hollow eyes and voices down.
And it's
The devil's
like this line. Heaven knelt, wept for those who kneel. Hi, Zach. Well, Derek, I've been messing with Floyd since 1985, so. Shovel in a shallow grave. Now here's my best James Hetfield imitation. This was meant to sound messed up, like you're confused in the castle.
The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind, a deadly plan. Lying like poison.
So now we'll go to the Lizzie Borden one, and it's called Lizzie's Lie. And I try this and the Plainfield, the Ed Gein one, are the ones I try to do a little different because I'm very influenced by Black Sabbath, always have been, and you can hear that on a bunch of it. So I wanted to try to do it a little different. This is about Lizzie Borden.
On 2nd Street, father's boots by the cellar door, stepmother's prayers on the parlor floor. No screams heard, no weapon was found, just silence thick as the burial ground. They say the house was locked up tight. They say she moved with a ghostly flight. Her alibi was thin as candle flame.
I'll be right back. I gotta let her out.
Children more black, but her legend still grew. All bloodless lies, but the world swore true. Was it innocent hands or a killer's grin? The tale cuts deep, but the facts grew thin. Andrew Bowling counted his coins. He was cold as iron, hard as steel. Madonna trapped in Sunday silence, a lifetime chained to his iron will. The maid in the kitchen, time seemed so strange. Minutes bend and they never changed. The law searched the dress, they searched her soul. Found no stains to damn, but no proof that would hold. The blade covered in ash, the trial was just noise. Justice was weighed by men and boys. Lizzie Borden took an axe, so the rhyme goes on. Sung by the living, being fed by the dead. Courtroom clears her, the crowd won't bend. The myth needs blood, not an honest stand. Say it slow and let the legend run fair. A legend lives where the truth was cast. Does it rage, or was it fate, or a story the town had to create? Fear needs a face and a name to blame. History loves a deadly game. If she didn't swing, if she didn't swing, who did that day? Silence swings in darker ways. She lived her years wearing mourning black. No smiles captured in the photographs. Neighbors crossed the street in prayer, as if the crime still lingered there. Her verdict read, but never believed. Her life was acquitted, but her soul never free. Oh, Lizzie Borden took an axe, that's how legend feels. A simple rhyme for a complicated deed. Truth went quiet, the song stayed loud. One woman buried by an angry crowd. Say her name, hear history bend. The axe was real, but the myth was planned. Two left dead, one walked away.
I timed that just right. And then we got Jack the Ripper, which is you guys want to hear Jack the Ripper now? Or am I still alive? I don't even know. Oh, okay, you got I call the project, quote, the band Dying to Play. And let me share. This is going to be the cover when everything gets released. And it's already copyrighted. Let me share it to the stage right there. If you look on the gravestone, it says Dying to Play. And that's not tree roots. That's a bones, skeleton, and then an old Strat. So Dying to Play. That's what the project is called. So I will let everybody know when it's on all the streaming services. Thank you. So here is here is Jack the Ripper, which is the first of the 4 serial killers that I did the song about. A buddy of mine told me to do one on Albert Fish, which I had no idea who he was. So I watched the thing, and there ain't no way I will ever do a song about that guy. He was sick. All right, so here's Jack the Ripper. I thought he was cutting that one out. Thank you, Zach.
Jack the Ripper, with your blade so keen and sinister, you haunt the alleys with your dreadful spree, leaving terror and darkness in your wake. We plead under the moon's eerie glow.
Laz said I need to do that part more in this song.
The city whispers tales of horror and woe as fear grips tight and the streets grow low. Who is this fiend, this devil in disguise? With each passing night, more innocence dies. The authorities chase shadows in vain as Jack the Ripper eludes every chain. A ghastly legend, a nightmare's birth, spreading terror throughout the earth. Oh, Jack the Ripper, in the annals of history, you're a grim reaper. Your name forever etched in blood and fear, a dark specter that will never disappear. So lock your doors and close In the shadows he waits, his hunger unbound. A nightmare haunting London's ground.
Thank you. Greasy. I'm working on one now using your old mirrored guitar. It'll probably be a month or so before it's done, because like I said, he's doing it as a favor. I can't give him a time limit. I just ship them, email them to him, and then when they're done, I get them back. Sometimes I get 2 or 3. Sometimes I get 1, and then a week later another one. Like I said, there's no time limit, and they're one-shot deals. So. Well, surprising, Zach, but thank you. I accept the apology. Let me play one while I download one of the harder ones for you, or faster ones, I should say. But let me play one because I got to clear. I got to go back over here. The road. I can't put all of them on the Roadcaster. Actually, I'll put two more up. That one. Wait a minute. Hold on. Here's this is a kind of like an anti-love song. And again, this is the cover for the, I don't want to say album, but
In the depths of the night, where shadows weep, a love twisted and dark, so deep. Your touch, like a dagger, cuts me to the bone. In this abyss of passion, I'm all alone. Our love, a blackened flame, it devours, consuming us in these haunted hours. In the darkness, we find our embrace, a love tainted, yet we cannot erase. Oh, your eyes, pools of darkness, draw me in. A seductive dance where we both sin. In your arms, I find my solace and my pain. This twisted love that's driving us insane. Our love, a blackened flame, it
Good night, Lewis.
Black and flame, it devours. Consuming us in these haunted hours. In the darkness, we find our embrace. All are tainted, yet we cannot erase. In this dark, heavy love, we're entwined, forever lost, our souls confined. In the depths of despair, we'll forever roam. In this twisted love, we call our own.
All right, so that's the. Here's one that's a little bit faster. Some of you've heard this, some of you haven't. This is about being on the road and missing a lot of your life. Which I only write about things I either know or studied about. So, and I know this one. You can ask my son. Yeah.
The state lights burn like 1,000 suns. Guitar screams loud, but the heart weighs a ton. Leather and chains, but the soul feels bare. Another town lost in a highway's glare. The crowd roars wild, but the silence remains in every hotel. In the echoes of pain, letters unread, photographs fade, promises broken, the price that we pay. Oh, it's all the fire and tears, where the music drowns out all the fears. But the echoes of love still call my name through the smoke and the flames. The wheels keep turning to miles unwind, leaving behind all I can't rewind. The face in the mirror I barely know, chasing the dream but moving too slow. The spotlight fades.
Thank you, Tim.
The night grows cold, another story left untold. The strings are worn, the voice is weak, but the fire inside still begs to speak.
Roadcaster cuts this off for some reason.
Never there.
And I think it's the one that just cuts it. No, it's not. Hold on. This one has kind of like a southwest beginning. This one's about seeing someone that you shared your life with before and they're going through a bunch of crap and you can't do anything about it now. First chord, I love it.
Clouds gather around your eyes.
Good night, Jim. Be sure to get a hold of ask Torsten tomorrow about that black telly and if he's got any more extra parts.
Every tear you cry, escape into my soul. Watching you in pieces, trying to feel whole. I'm standing on the sidelines, helpless and alone. Wish I could bear the burden, make it on my own. But every step you stumble, every fall you take, I'm here with hands tied, feeling every break. This is my hell, watching you go through the fire, seeing you struggle, sinking in the mire. Every scream, every plea echoes in my mind. Lost in your battle, no witness to your bind. You carry weights
You can hear my
no
Sabbath
one should
influences.
have to bear. Shadows follow you, a constant nightmare. I try to offer light, but it flickers and fades. In the darkness, where your spirit's betrayed, I'm standing on the sidelines, helpless and alone. Wish I could bear the burden, make it on my own. But every step you stumble, every fall you take, I'm here with hands tied, sealing every break. This is my hell, watching me go through the fire, seeing you struggle, sinking in the mire. Every scream, every plea.
I think this is the one that Roadcaster just cuts off. I don't know why.
Lost in your battle, a witness to your bind. If I could lift you up, take away the pain, turn your night to
just cuts. I don't know. The Roadcaster does that every time. So with that, 4 hours and 19-minute stream. So that's a fourth of my free hours right there. Any questions real quick? I know there's a delay. I think it's 12 seconds. Zach, I'm glad to hear that. I thought they just kicked me out. All right. Good night, Tim. No. Far from that, Derek. You know, Randy Rhoads is my number one idol. But I got to have Tony Iommi in there. Not so much for the solos, but just for the riffs and the rhythms. That's the real true riff master right there. But I'm very much influenced by those guys, so it is what it is. Why am I hearing something? So it is what it is, and so thank you, though. Thank you. And again, Zach, if that, I'm glad. Peggy, any good guitar player? True. But I am limited because of all the surgeries to my hands. There are days where it's like, hey, I can play really good again, Then there's days where I can't hardly at all. I never know. That's why these songs have taken years to get done. And that's why I didn't like playing on Johnny's channel that much, because it turned out to be every time he asked me, it was like that was a bad day. So, plus he's told me numerous times he didn't like my tone, that it sucked. He actually said that on the show. So, it's like, oh well. Not the playing, just the sound. So, it's like, oh, I just won't play on it. So, but I'll let you guys know when this is all released on Spotify and all that stuff, and then go listen to it there if you want to. Other than that, any other questions? Thank you for watching me with the Beretta Special. I still don't know if it's going to stay that way. It may get sanded all off and repainted. I don't know. So, who knows? But thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sire. Most of it is one of those two Ingles. I hardly use the Mesa anymore. And believe it or not, below it is the red one is the B52 AT All Tube 100. So it's 100 watts. There's like 11 or 13 tubes in that thing. And it's kind of like a cheap man's triple rectifier. You can have all tubes, or you can switch it to half tubes, half solid state, or all solid state. You get 2 gains, 1 clean. And when I got that and one of those cabinets off a guy in Columbus. I drove 2 hours to get it for like $300. And then the amp had a buzz in it. The head had a ground messed up in it. So I took it to a shop, and then they're like, well, I said, well, why don't I just order tubes? So I bought a set of tongue saw tubes for it, which was almost $300 because there's so many tubes. And then when he put the tubes in, he's like, well, I'll just hardwire everything. So I ended up with like $900 total in the head, but it's completely hardwired and all new tubes, which I actually bias hot. That thing puts out incredible sounds, and you can pick those up for under, so I've seen, well, I bought another one that looked like brand new off a guy for $125. And my son-in-law has a Marshall that he loves, and it went bad. After 10 or 15 minutes of playing it, the volume cuts out. If there's something wrong with it. And he's like, well, can I borrow one of your amps? So I gave him the other B52. My son-in-law's got the Kelly Kramer, or the Jackson Kellys I painted for him. He plays the lead guitar in a they're like a heavy thrash. They're on Spotify. The name of the band is called Bolt Action. He's the lead guitar player and the main songwriter. So that was like 3.5 years ago. Well, it's 26, might be 4 years ago. And he loves the B-52. He's not even worried about getting his Marshall back. And I was teasing him. They were here for Super Bowl Sunday. And I said, someday I would like to have my B-52 back. And I just looked at him. He just kind of grinned. I think he's waiting for me to say he can have it, but I don't want to give it away. I mean, those are great amps, and they're sleepers. Rock Daddy bought one. The cabinet itself is constructed great, real thick, heavy, dense wood, but the B-52 speakers are terrible. So if you throw anything, I got vintage 30s in the bottom one, which Greasy sent me the first one for it. So the top one still has the original B-52s. I need to get more vintage 30s for it. But between the good speakers, the cabinets are decent, they really are, and that head being done, you'd be amazed at the sounds you can get out of that thing. So, but yeah, Zach, you were listening to, most of it was recorded on that right there, the Invader 150. The other one was the Engel Powerball 2, there's one on top. And then everything was recorded through the oversized rectifier stack. So I haven't fired that Rando up for years. I bought that new in 1988. So wow, that thing's coming up on 40 years old. 2 more years. So anyhow, that's the story behind what you're hearing. And a lot of these guitars were used on all those songs. And this one that I just bought from Greasy will be Fingerprints. My OCD goes nuts with this. I got to admit that. But I'm using this now on a song I'm writing right now. So. I've never tried those, Greasy. I've just vintage 30s is it for me. That's the sound, because I can get the heavy sound, and I can also with the Ingles, the bottom end I'm getting out, because that's 8 vintage 30s right there in those oversized rectifiers. Oh yeah, this is, yeah. I take a rag and wipe it off when I hang it back up. But I love it. I love this guitar. And Greasy, thank you for making it possible. So I said my collection of Jackson Soloist is done. Yeah, I've never heard those. But I've just always been a fan of the vintage 30s. And I don't care too much for the new ones made in China. Because I don't care what anybody says. There is a difference in the sound between the Chinese made vintage 30s and the actual England ones, like all those are. So, all right, with that, we're at what, 4.5 hours? 4 hours and 30 minutes and 4 hours and 31 minutes. So I'm cutting into my 20 hours total until I can start paying for StreamYard. Yep. Yeah, the China ones, I mean, they sound nice, but there's no, I don't care what anybody says, there's no comparison. So I keep watching them. Like I said, I have to eventually get 4 more for that top cabinet. And every time I see some on Reverb, I don't have the extra cash to get them. Then when I get the cash, that same day, someone buys them. So it's not on a priority list right now, but they'll happen. So again, thank you everybody, and I do greatly appreciate it. Matt Hatter's not here. Mr. Mick, if you're still here, packages go out tomorrow, and I will email you guys the tracking numbers. Also the one for Dane. So, all right. Good night, everybody. And I learned quick, there's 2. You hit end stream, like right here. And then it pops up again with end stream. And then it takes about 8 seconds for it to actually end. So with that said, good night, everybody. And I'll hopefully